on my laptop computer called YouTube, and then
Okay.
I play it. I play it multiple times. You get to listen to it, and then you have to determine what Jesse Jackson said.
Oh, because when he mumbles, he's
The
like,
Reverend.
I'm gonna play it for you like 20 fucking times, and you're
The
gonna have
Reverend.
okay, I'm sorry, I was not aware that this was a game.
No, that's okay. It's a new game. You've never
Ah,
done
okay.
it before.
No,
Well, in fact, let's see. Violet. Hold on. Violet played in hour number 1. Violet, did you like the game with Jesse Jackson, or did you not like it?
No, I thought it was very engaging.
Yeah.
I've of course heard Jesse Jackson before, but I guess I just hadn't noticed how, as Yakov put it, mumbly, or JCC, I forgot, that I didn't realize that. So I found it fascinating, and like when I couldn't identify the second word in the second clip, I knew it was going to be a fun, challenging game. So I'm very interested at the bottom of the hour.
Love that.
Is he drunk when he's recording these things, or
Well,
is this the way he talks?
No, like you said, he's dead, and we don't have the opportunity to ask him.
No, but do people have a good idea? Like people who knew him say, "No, yeah, I was with him, and he was perfectly fine."
Well, I can tell you, Jesse Jackson absolutely did drink. As to how much he drank and when he drank, I don't know. But
were you drinking buddies?
No, I've never met the man.
Okay, gotcha.
I have never met the man. I've heard tape of him. I've seen tape of him, but I've never met the man. Well, welcome everybody. If you're in the audience and you want to come on up and talk about anything you want, we encourage you to do so. Let's take a look at our next news story here.
You've got time, Steve. I want to promote my new DVD.
You know what? I think it's fine. And let me just give the old disclosure. For those of you that do not want to give Benjamin 5 minutes to promote his new DVD, we encourage you to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand. Come on up, and you too can have a fresh 5. But since nobody's doing that now, Benjamin, welcome to hour number 2. You get a fresh 5 starting now.
Well, available now wherever fine DVDs are sold. And 50% off with the code Uncle Steve is my new DVD, How to Live in an Islamic Country, which you will need very soon when Manama becomes president. Or if you're in the UK, you're already halfway home. But or Germany, 3/4 of the way. So just to prepare you for that eventuality, I have prepared a DVD. It will cover all the topics you need to know. Now, one of the ones we didn't cover it in the first hour is how to go on a date with your 9-year-old wife and the woman you want to be your second wife. Now, this can be awkward for people in the West going on a date with their current wife and their next wife. So we touch on little things you can do to kind of cut the tension and ease the conversation a little bit without alcohol. You have to do this without alcohol, just to be clear. And that's really the hardest part, is to have that conversation without alcohol. But yeah, if you are contemplating living in an Islamic country, which if you're in any of the Western countries today, you already are, whether you know it or not. Now, one of the things we cover is what to do if you want to leave Islam. Now, the DVD comes with a cyanide packet. The simplest thing to do if you want to leave Islam is just open the cyanide packet, tip your head back, pour that thing right down your pike, and you will have left Islam. Other ways to do it are to stop praying 5 times a day, and then your friends will kill you. That's a little messier, and it kind of leaves a stain on your friends. So, save your friends the time and effort and trouble, and just use the cyanide packet enclosed. Now only $19.99 today. Everywhere fine DVDs are sold. Use the code Uncle Steve. Thanks.
Thank you.
I got a question. Why are we in the 1990s? Like, isn't there an app you can download? Like,
Well, listen, man. When
the market you're targeting with DVDs
No.
is like
When it's
65
out, comes,
plus.
we're gonna be in the 1690s. You're gonna wish for the 1990s.
There you go. Ask a legitimate question. You get a legitimate answer. Would anybody on stage like a fresh five? Just unmute and say your first name. Okay. If you're in the audience and you want to come up, please do. We'll go to our next, somebody wants to come up. Good. A new speaker. I love it. We love the new speakers. Yes. Hello. Hi. Is it Moose or Moose Bus Russ? What is it?
This is Monsav.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My glasses are not on. Monsab, it's a pleasure to see you. How are you?
I'm good, man.
You get a fresh five, baby. Go.
You should have ran with Moose there, Monsev. You should have stuck with that.
I recognize the voice. Yeah, go ahead, Monsab. Bye.
No, I just flagged in, and I guess you don't like me to speak about other people, but
No, actually, we are like the Constitution. We are a living, breathing document. It is okay now to mention prior speakers.
maybe
You can engage with prior
speech
speakers.
that I heard, I hope it was a joke, because that's basically hate speech. I mean, there's 2.4 billion people in the world.
Are you talking about Benjamin's new DVD?
Yeah, I hope
Go
it's
ahead.
a joke.
Go ahead.
But then again, making a joke based on ethnicity or religious beliefs and all that's never a good thing. So I hope we steer away. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your room, but you don't want anyone to come here and say, hey, I'm going to make a joke about Jews and all that, or Christians or Mormons or whatever. That's,
Well, that's a good point, and that's why I give the disclosure that if you do not want Benjamin to have his fresh five, do not raise your hand. Do not be bold, brave, and courageous. Do not come on stage. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a free country. I think everybody's allowed to their own opinion.
The more people that speak, the less time Benjamin has to speak. That's just basic physics.
That's right. Well, I mean, he's allowed to his 5 minutes, whatever. It's just that kind of speech that just, promotes hatred. It promotes also false things. I travel a lot, and I've been to a lot of Muslim countries. None of the stuff that he's talking about. Yeah, people do marry more than one wife. A very small minority. So do Mormons in Utah.
I was just going to say they do that in Utah, yeah.
Yeah. The 9-year-old crap is really, really old because the whole argument is that the prophet married a 9-year-old. That was like 1,400 years ago.
Yes.
And I guarantee you that people in, Europe and Germany and all that were marrying, kings were marrying people, young wives at 11 and 12 years old. If you do it right now, you go straight to jail.
This is true.
Idea about leaving, I'm talking about in those countries, if you do shit like that, you go to jail.
Sometime right.
Idea about if you try to leave the religion, they're gonna kill you, and that's again, so whatever. Unless you are in Afghanistan, I guess, but Afghanistan is a small kind of, they don't even do that. So, generalizing stuff like that, like in, if someone is mad at this, then you will have the Muslims talking about Jews in the afternoon, and then you have Jews talking about, the Mormons in the evening, and that's just not right. That's all.
I appreciate that. Oh, go ahead, Violet.
I wanted to say, it was supposed to be funny, and Steve, when you asked if anybody wanted to unmute and say anything before we got the new speakers, I just couldn't get to my mic fast enough to say.
I'm sorry, Violet.
Benjamin's comic personality, I wish he'd go back to his professor personality. The joke is supposed to be funny, that's very true, it's supposed to be.
I understand.
Yeah, but I kind of wish he'd go back to Professor Benjamin instead of Comic Benjamin, because I really think if he was on Johnny Carson, Johnny would be going, oh, blammo!
Cringy. No, but I don't know if I have any minutes left. I'm going to see my
Go ahead.
topic that I wanted to bring up is the latest poll numbers for the president.
I think he's at about a 67% disapproval rate, right?
Yeah, it's the pretty much at 32%. It's the lowest level.
Yeah, it's
From
one
what
third,
I've heard,
it's one third, two third, yeah.
yeah, of any president in history. And I don't know how we got. I mean, I know how we got here. I don't know how people have voted for this. I guess they are reacting to what they see, and it's not working for them. That's why the approval numbers are low. But I just wanted to say, I mean, it doesn't paint a good picture for us going forward. I think the upcoming November elections are going to be monumental for the Republicans, which you already are hearing Trump talking about. Hey, every president, when they win the presidency, somehow the party loses in the midterm. That's not always true. Where's Scott? Scott, you can confirm that. Does every, like whenever we have a president, like a Republican president, the midterms are
Generally speaking, the midterms in the House, the party switches.
I think it
Yes.
didn't happen after 9/11.
Yeah, that's
But it rarely, yeah, almost always.
And
yeah.
that's when President Bush had a 90% approval rating when he gave that speech before both houses of Congress that was televised around the world after 9/11. His approval rating was at about 90%. Yes.
That's true. That's true. So, the kind of making that the laws in November would be palatable and completely normal that we lose and that the Republicans lose. It's already been the point of argument of the president. Like, hey, it's completely normal. When you win the presidency, you lose the midterm.
Well, I am predicting right now the Republicans in the House have a three-seat advantage. Three-seat advantage. It was four, and then one of my favorite Congressman, Kevin Kiley in Northern California, he left the Republican Party. He is now an independent. In fact, I believe he's the only independent in Congress. But my crystal ball, my opinion, is that after the midterms, you are going to see a 20-seat switch. You are going to see the Democrats gain 20 seats in the House. But again, just by crystal ball, which has been wrong before.
Also, Bill Clinton, in 1998, in midterms, I think he picked up a few seats.
Also, is the last president, and that was like 40 years ago, to submit a balanced budget. Forget about just a budget, a balanced budget. You know what I mean? All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad.
Uncle Steve, Benjamin wanted to defend his honor. He was insulted.
Okay, we'll tell you what. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Come on, Ben.
No. I'm going to give Benjamin 2 minutes to defend his honor, and then it's time for what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? So go ahead, Benjamin.
2 minutes. Okay, well.
Or you can wait till after what the hell did Jesse Jackson say.
No, I just need 2 minutes.
There you go.
I want to address the snowflake here. Sorry for breaking your ears. I just want to point out that if it was wrong to criticize other religions, there wouldn't be any religions in the world because every religion seems to criticize the other religions. The Islams, by the way, if you're an infidel, that's a person who doesn't believe in Islam. The instructions are to kill you. Now, my instructions so far as selling a DVD for $19.99. I don't know if that's equivalent to killing you. I mean, I do include a.
You're not defending yourself. You're reselling.
I do include a cyanide packet in there, but that's a very specific.
It's true. You're not defending yourself. You're reselling this.
Which is to help you, leave Islam safely and cleanly. But other than that, there's no dying at the sword. There's no defenestration of the gays, throwing from the windows. If you're offended by a little joke here and there, I don't know what you do if you actually read the text, the Quran that Mandami swore in on when he became mayor of New York. It says all kinds of awful things, and apparently you have no smoke for killing children and taking the sword to people based on their ethnicity or if they don't have a religion. No smoke at all for that you have. But for me, making a small joke and trying to sell, I'm trying to put the dinner on the table for my family with my DVD, and you have nothing but smoke. You think it's the worst thing that ever happened to civilization. You think, the walls will crumble.
It's not the contents of your comedy, Benjamin. It's the ill-formed
And I also
usage
noticed
of it.
I noticed the accent change as well. But Benjamin, thank you. And now it's
You're
time.
welcome. You're welcome.
Okay. And now it's time for what?
Get half off
I think his
my
rant
DVD
deserves a
wherever my DVD rental.
All right. You got it. You asking, you were so risen. And now it's time for what the hell would Jesse Jackson say? So, Legalist, you're going to get a fresh five after we play the game. But Legalist, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Legalist going once, twice. Would you like to play the game or no?
I'm just trying
Okay,
to
that's
what it is.
okay. Okay, it's very simple. Do you want to play the game? Yes or no? If you want, you can listen. You can listen. You'll listen for now. I'm going in reverse order. Let's go to Smurf. Smurf, you'll get a fresh five in a bit. But right now, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Smurf.
Yes.
Smurf. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Smurf, here we go. Listen up. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
All right, here's your very first clip. Good luck, everybody.
Let me hasten to say today.
All right, Smurf, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's very clear. He said, "Let me hasten to stay today." That means hasten is.
Yes. Yes.
That's Smurf.
Once again, when we played in hour number one, Violet got it right off the bat. Let me hasten to say today. Man, you guys got to make these first ones tougher. Very good, Smurf. Okay, we will come back to you for your fresh five. Hang on just a second. I got to queue up the second to the last one, 1708. Hold on, please.
I think we should play what did Bobby Boucher say?
I'll check into that. Okay, very good. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
No, I have to leave the stage, sure.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Let's go to Monsef. Would you like to play what the hell did Jesse
I'll
Jackson
try.
say? Okay, so here we go, Monsef. It's on you. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Tim and Walnut, you're on 97.1.
Don't finish house.
We built in his house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built this house.
No!
Oh, hey, I didn't get it.
That's okay. That's okay. This is a tough one, y'all. This is a tough one. Okay, so let's go to Paul. Paul, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Paul going once. Paul going twice. Okay, Paul doesn't want to play. Benjamin, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Benjamin going once. Benjamin going twice. Okay, he doesn't want to play. Let's go to Benjamin. Would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
Okay, here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built in his house. No, wrong. Next.
Tim, little clue. The final word on this. Is he Asian?
Wait a minute.
Was he doing an Asian character this weekend?
Hold on a
Don't
second.
Tim and Walnut,
Here
you're
we
on
go.
97.1.
Don't finish house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Yeah,
Sounds like a tap out.
it's something like.
Benjamin, are you tapping out?
I don't tap out. I don't have that option. I didn't quite put the words together. But then he
All right.
pointing out that best way to ruin your family is to cheat on your spouse, like Martin Luther King Jr. I think that's what he was saying. Oh.
I know. Well, hold on. We're coming around. Alfonso, would you? Oh, no, we're coming around. Alfonso, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Alfonso going once. Alfonso going twice. Okay, let's go to Reverend Scott. Would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I would
Reverend
love
Scott.
to play, yes.
Here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built in his house. No, wrong. Next.
Tim, little clue. The final
here's
word
the-
on
We
this
keep
list.
playing the person answering.
I know.
Totally
I
avoided
know.
Right, that's exactly right.
Don't finish house.
There you go. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Let's go.
I just
Played it.
Tell you what, Reverend Scott wants to play it one more time. Here you go.
Yeah. For example, let me take you to the Ronald Reagan Library. It's an historical site. See, there's that inclination
Hold on. We'll get it going.
but really, you should.
We built in his house.
No, wrong. You keep playing the person.
I know.
I got it.
Totally aborted, correct?
Right, that's exactly right.
You don't finish house.
There you go. Okay, there we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Yes, I know it. You know, I'm doing this for the first time. I'm working things out. It'll be better next week, I promise. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I don't even know. I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know. Uncle Steve, this is a fascinating game. It's well done by my Uncle Steve. My Uncle Steve takes risks.
That's right. I take risks, and I'm
What
open
was
to
the
criticism.
dice?
JCC, would you like to play?
If you can play that clip, I have no idea what
I
that
will
is.
do my best. Here we go.
Tim and Walnut, you're on 97.1. You don't finish house.
There you go. JCC, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I have no idea. Something about a high suit. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's wrong. Let's go to Yakov. Yakov, would you like to play What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Yeah, the first 3 times you played it, I thought he said we built this housing.
I'm gonna play it again for you if you want to play.
Yeah, one more time, sure.
Yeah, no, it normally takes at least 20 times before somebody gets it right. Okay, here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Man, I no freaking clue. No freaking clue, bro. Tim and Walnut, you're on 97.1. You don't finish house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's not we built this housing, so I don't know. I'm wrong, right?
Yes, you are wrong. No. Okay, Violet, are
I'm
you ready?
ready.
Violet, hold on, let me set it up. I'm trying to get the criticism down to the minimum as possible. Just gotta set this up right. Okay, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Frank in North Hills, you're on 97.1. You don't finish house.
There you go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
If you don't finish high school,
Yeah!
How the hell did you get that?
Violet! If you don't finish high school, that's right.
it's still, I mean, your senses don't increase exactly, but you pay a lot more attention to the input from them than a sighted person does, is my theory.
But then
So I'm just
also
used to
Violet's
tuning
heard
in.
it about 15
Oh,
times
yeah, that
before
too.
she guessed. Yeah, right. And she also heard other people get it wrong. So
Yeah, I heard the high part, but I didn't.
yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks for playing. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? I show next in my queue. I show Smurf and then Legalist. Smurf, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about? Smurf,
I
going once.
come to this room for only one thing.
I know, to talk about where I live. Yeah. Go ahead.
I want to dock you, Steve, so that all your
Dox away,
admirers
baby.
can come to Woodland Hills and stalk you at all the wonderful attractions of Woodland. You know what I'm going to ask. In the action, you have a choice between is the ass that you know,
Right.
and Nithya Raman, who is the ass that you don't. And Nithya, of course, is famous for allowing the most violent homeless to set up tents right outside public schools.
Yeah.
And Mayor Bass is, I'm not even going to go into it. So if you, and I'm done speaking, if you are forced to choose between one of those two devils, which devil are you going to vote for?
Well, I don't like the binary choice because your question was if I'm forced to choose between those two. I got to tell you, man, I'm going to write in Rick Caruso. For whatever reason, he chose not to run. I mean, if he would have put his hat in the ring because he spent $100 million of his own money 4 years ago, and then he decided not to run this time. But if he would have run this time, forget like how he would be far and away it. I'm writing in So even though it's a loser, I'll tell you this: I hate Mayor Bass. I can't stand. I don't like what she's done with homelessness. I don't like what she did with the fires, the way that she's handled crime. I don't like the way that she's handled the budget. I hate Mayor Bass. That's my best answer I can give you, sir. You know. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, I've driven out to both of them at least once in my life. And for those of you that don't know, Palmdale and Lancaster is in the upper desert, about 16 miles north of Los Angeles. Palmdale is first, and then Lancaster is about 12 miles after that. Yeah, compared to the 14 freeway. Yeah. I'm always honest. I never lie. The answer is no. The answer is no. I think you add to the content. You add both to the entertainment and educational issues in the show because you bring up stuff that nobody else brings up. You also bring it up in a very empty add to the show. Now, maybe the rest of the Mod Squad differs. We can ask them if you want, but this is still your
bottom
first
line
drive.
is you can easily buy thousands of empty acres in Palmdale and Lancaster for no money. Literally, for the price of one house in your neighborhood, you could buy thousands of acres.
Well, especially if there's no water pipes or natural gas pipes going to the land. Yes, that's true. Yes.
So the answer is, I've spec'd it out. You could build studio apartments for the homeless for $100,000 each there. And so the obvious answer is for the county of LA to build 100,000 little tiny studios and give those 100,000 studios in Palmdale to all the homeless.
Yeah, no. I'm going to nix that. I think that's 10 times too much because for $10,000, but can't you buy like pre-made 10 by 10 aluminum structures that you can just build right there for $10,000? You know what I'm talking about?
Your argument, but this
Yeah.
is my scenario, and the difference between
Yeah.
you and me is I am more generous and altruistic.
Okay, got it.
So I am conspicuously saying I want every LA homeless to live in a nice studio apartment for $100,000.
Okay.
But all of those studio apartments should be located in Palmdale and Lancaster.
Yeah.
And what that means is, I'll land my plane
Yeah.
here. Under my plan, the standard of living of the homeless is at least a triple or a quadruple, because living in a home is better than living in a tent in Woodland Hills.
Right.
But obviously the people in Woodland Hills benefit because people in Woodland Hills won't keep getting stay out by homeless under my plan. And then finally, and I'll land here, all the taxpayers of LA benefit.
Every time I go in there, he attacks me because Trump's doing so well. It's hysterical. He's so bitter.
Yeah, he was reaching yesterday.
Some more, I want metric, I want measures Trump doing great. Could you enlighten me?
And what that means is
I'm in the dark.
property taxes.
Yeah, like a good indicator here is just kind of like how the world is seeing the conflict. Not going to get worse before it gets better. It's already past this rough patches. And it looks like the off-ramp
I'm
is
done speaking, but I would urge you.
Yeah, off-ramp, not a victory lane, an off-ramp. Why are you looking for an off-ramp? I thought you said Trump was gonna
is a guaranteed victory for Trump. They're gonna have regime change.
No. I'm totally in favor of that. In fact, when I first suggested this, last year, I said throw them all into Death Valley. Okay, you're being a lot more gracious by doing Palmdale or Lancaster. But yes, I mean, if the homeless have a right, I don't think they do, but if they have the right to pitch tents in our public parks where our children play and on the sidewalk where people walk and have businesses, then we should just put all of those tents, pick them all up, give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster or Death Valley, and let them set up shop there. And they've got, like you said, thousands of empty acres, and let them set up their tents there. I couldn't care less. There's a good 60, 75 miles away from me. They can all be together. They can all shoot their heroin and morphine and fentanyl there. They can all die in their tents there, and then we can, take care of it that way. But I completely agree. Get them all off the streets in Woodland Hills, the San Fernando Valley, Van Nuys, Los Angeles. Give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster. Absolutely. I totally endorse that. Thank you, Spurf. And now we have Sue. Sue, good morning. Pleasure to see you on the show. What can I talk about?
Good morning. I gotta give a retort to that. That's not a real pipe dream to Smurf.
Oh.
You got 20,000 more votes. How are you going to overcome this large lead? How do you? He got 20,000 more votes than you in the primary. How are you going to overcome this large lead? How do you solve affordability for all? CTU is a Puerto Rico organization that preys on the innocence of the youth. Instead of educating students, the CTU hypnotizes, manipulates, and utilizes the youth as political and social media propaganda. With the Maryland strip October in the Chicago FBI indicted Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and CTU leadership.
Came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the love. I don't need 1,000 times when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One second you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my night, tend my love. I breathe in your holy calm in the storm in my head. Face down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Lighter on your wall. That's a breath of fresh air. Use the code on screen for a $10 bonus on your first purchase.
The invocation of Horus. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that was in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Ashtet boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. It shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name,
I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the mine is the head of the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother swear by my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vision of the intimate hair. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. My Lord, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike your master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike and life begin. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611, the voices. Everyone around. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle. labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse the sign. Even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white. So mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth, dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, or falling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be
Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is
Cool, yo, Matt, what's up, man? Why aren't you doing your rooms? Like, please do one Trump room tonight. I'm creating AI music right now because listening to anybody on Clubhouse right now is like causing a migraine. I don't understand why people don't make music, play music, and if you bring up AI music or AI videos, like my former opponent, he said, he calls it AI slop. I'm like, it's not AI slop. It's called creative intelligence. Why the fuck do you think we're building 2,000 data centers across the country? It's not all about surveillance. Part of it is it's giving us an opportunity to be creative. But unfortunately, not many people are very creative. But you're a very creative person, Matt. And tonight, you will hold the ultimate Donald Trump bang room! Let the fight begin!
sword of revenge and strike and cheat. By the sword and trophy, voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord.
I love my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or fallen air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and
Okay, so this is a new playlist. I just created it. I hope you like it. This is all done through Suno and some magical poetry. I was explaining it to a guy named John Wayne last night, who's a regular at this bar. He's a magician, a musician. He didn't seem too impressed. Nobody's impressed with AI. I don't understand. It's like all we do is talk about AI, and then when we actually use it, and then we get critique, people are like the harshest critics. So I guess that's life. This is called Wizard Banishing.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that it's Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Living the sun at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
Every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Hardness of heart can lead to final penitence and eternal loss.
Well, just to be clear.
By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is
sight as keen as the hawks by my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
Three, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
Four is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
Five, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abraham Abra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
Six, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five,
The voice of the five,
the voice of the six,
11 are the voices, Abraham Abra.
makes the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb that I invoke thee. Free, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing array that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Five I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the master Abraham Abra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. Six. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the six. 11 other voices, Abraham,
You're not really trying to
strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name, O Ra, I invoke thee. Hawk
What you gonna do when all these Hulkamaniacs come running up on you?
Bro, YouTube buff, YouTube pumped up this early in the day, man. Good lord.
Standing here at the beam, you can see everything reflected back at you. The sky.
Beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep.
strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Amon-Ra, youth of the brilliant dawning, I invoke thee. By thy name I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By thy name hawk of the even, crimson splendor on the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kipra, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy Kerubokrat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet of father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, renown of the saga. Child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, holy, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of the magnificence of chest, the mystery of death. Thither I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear the
Ha 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 ha.
invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. He I am bones of praise, a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning.
Johnson is a liar. Kitover Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1 billion to give to crying on. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the reparations for black slaves is a scam.
Hello.
It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1 billion to give to crony non. Programs to see to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Let's let it tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists or taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is scam. Abortion rate low buses all murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Spending Andy did. Hey, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar.
He's now a hypnotist, a living plastic mannequin. Okay.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign religion Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, I be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Living the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
Every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, the adoration impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
In my hand thy sword revenge, take my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing array that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham Abra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bane. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five,
The voice of the five,
the voice of the 6.
11 of the voices, Abracadabra.
Strike, strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger.
By thy name, Lord, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By the name of Magi, youth of the brilliant dawning, I invoke thee. By the name of invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By the name Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kepra, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy Herupocrat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Uri, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are 6, 11 other names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of chest, the mystery of death. Thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity
avenger. Thou the head of the whole, the iron folk, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. formulated thy father, and made fertile thy all of his garments is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon?
the synoptics and then John, right, throughout the Gospels, where like, you know, people, the first, I forget who was writing first, but whoever was writing first, like, thought Jesus became God at like his baptism or whatever, and then like the next writer like thought Jesus became God like at his birth or whatever, and then like the next, like, you know, you understand what I'm saying? So like, you can see that. Yeah. These documents are not being written. They're not being written as like clear histories, right? They're being written as polemics that are trying to convince people of like correct theology, right? And B, you can see that like these authors are changing the facts to suit their narratives, to tell the story they want to tell, right? So like, it just seems like.
Congressman Andre Vasquez on the scene.
By the way, so I still haven't gone very deep with Dave to fully understand the specific details and define nuances in his argument. Right? So he said it efficiently, but can you make a move just for the sake of it, right? And make an appeal to like, oh, you know, the majority of secular scholars take like the hallucination theory because they think that the disciples didn't really see Jesus, but of course they hallucinated. And just leave it at that for the sake of this particular conversation about whether the resurrection is like them seeing Jesus as an embellishment or not for that regard. Or I don't know if Andrew, maybe Andrew knows how to like go further with like Dave's argument, because I still haven't gone very deep into the.
No, it's totally fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the embellishment thing. I think there's high Christology all throughout the Gospels. So I don't actually agree. I think
I will actually say that Mark's, the first Gospel of Mark actually has the higher Christology.
The highest Christology, yeah.
The highest Christology.
Well, yeah, but if you notice that one of the things that's just fascinating is that passages that are attributed to Yahweh are put on Jesus in the Gospels.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who has the highest, who has the lowest Christology. It doesn't matter.
Well, you're trying to say there's a development from Matthew to
right, but it doesn't matter which way the arrow goes. It could be a development that these people thought Jesus became divine at like different points of his life. It doesn't matter that the first one he was divine for the longest. Right? You understand what I'm saying? As long as they have different theological points in mind, and they are changing the facts and or the narrative in order to suit like the pushing of that theological point, right? That's sufficient for my purpose.
I got you. One is that each of the gods make a god. Go after.
Well, I think what you just said, you can say in the Gnostics. I don't know about the Gospels per se.
Well, I think each one attributes, each one gives. What I mean by high Christology, I don't think at different points. I'm saying each of the Gospels portray Jesus as God. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, given the fact that they apply Yahweh as
you know the
Marina.
You can say it's just the point. Well, actually, I don't agree. The academic consensus is that if you're talking about
the face in the ground.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, I think the criteria that you're using, the criteria you're using, is you're talking about secular scholars who don't even believe in God. That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about academic consensus. So everyone in Western natural science, these guys are all biased. They have a combination. You really want to go down that route.
I don't think I need to rely on the scholarship because I can just tell you there are passages that are applied to Jesus from Yahweh.
Okay, so you're just going to give me your own deduction.
No, I'm not. I mean, you can just read it. You can just read it yourself.
No, but Andrew, that's
we all read it.
Like, yes, I can concede that all of them thought Jesus was God. My point is, when Jesus becomes God, is different in all of the Gospels, right? So you're just saying that, like, you think they all thought Jesus was God.
Well, I mean,
I can agree to that.
Well, that's a separate point. I hear what you're saying. So on your point, I think that like so if we have Emmanuel, God with us, on his birth, that's pretty early for saying he's God.
There's a difference between God from eternity past and God when he goes to
define God doesn't need to. The Bible does say Jesus is God. What are you talking about? Multiple places. Thomas at the end of John. Thomas says, Thomas at the end of John says, "My Lord and my God," to Jesus. So you can. And what?
What? So that can't be understood any other way except that way that you're saying. the segmentation of that sentence that could not mean by any chance that that is that Jesus, you're the Lord, and my God is in reference to actual statute.
You can, but it's completely consistent with the rest of the Gospels, including John himself. When he says
Some of these guys would be Hebrew, I'm assuming, at the time speaking. Then why don't you translate that to Hebrew and see if that even
I don't know.
applies?
Obviously, Greek scholars have translated these passages, I think, fairly. So I don't know what you mean.
I'm going to go by the Greek scholars too, bro. I'm going to go.
Scholars did a good job. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
Obviously, the Greek scholars do not understand God in the way that you're coming at it.
It doesn't matter. What do you mean? The way that I understand it. Yahweh is
defining God the same way we define Allah.
Before Abraham was, I am.
Right. These are another the way.
Well, you're bringing up these specious objections.
Andrew, I just want to say that to me this sounds like Hinduism, and Jesus is basically like Krishna. It's like a super deity, blue, gods. Like,
sorry.
He was trying to contribute. I mean, maybe he could have chosen a better time to come in, but he legit was trying to.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I'll give him another shot. Alistair, you keep doing, you do the over talking and just say a bunch of weird stuff. I'll move you down. Go up your pumpkin. What do you want to say?
While you're doing that, I would like to actually tell you, it might surprise you to know that I also hold to a pretty high Christology, Andrew. I tend to use like tourmaline and selenite the most, but they all have their little like quartz.
Have you heard anything about like shit? What color is it? Blue LED lights.
I actually don't know something how my wife works, and I feel, but like that's not. I mean, you have to work some other time. I'm curious what you're.
What do you got? What song were you?
it's just something I created in AI using poetry. But what I was trying to say is, imagine if you took like 1,000 Hindus to witness Jesus Christ, like in the way that Timothy did, where he said Lord and King and God. I mean, the Hindus would just go Krishna. And so it's like the deity manifested in a body. And so if you go to India, this energy, this power of this divinity is embodied in a multitude of symbols, whether it's the Ganesha or the little, dildo with the clitoris that they pour all their cheese and, sugars on. This is a symbol for an energy, and the same energy is this Christology that you're talking about. And it's something mystical and magical and powerful, and it's ancient. And this is what the heart of the Kabbalah is. It's an amalgamation of human history and interaction with this power, this mystery. And that's the Christology. So in many ways, like Jesus, if you do accept his divinity, it's here right now, meaning that like Andrew, the PTR that never changes, bub, the ambiguous, closeted, bisexual is.
I tried.
Oh, it's just getting good.
And also, we don't talk about the giant Hindu clitoris.
Yeah, we're trying to keep with that sacred and talk about the Hindu clitoris. It's also, I'm going to be closeted. Let it be. Alistair, don't bring that out. That's very rude. And thirdly, I don't know what's up with you, Bob. One of these days we're going to have to get you up and have you.
Yeah, Bob. Got it, Bob.
Genocide is.
Oh, Bob, genocide. Oh, no, Bob. Holy cow, Bob.
Yeah.
Are you an anti-Semite?
Well, I'm not a Semite, so what does that mean?
The opposite of it, anti, basically.
Yeah. Non-country.
Yeah, that's good. We got Young up in the house. Jeff's here. Jeff, Illumi, so Illumi thought he had the kill shot there against Dave because he's like, do you believe God is a composite being? And he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, actually, Illumi's like, we're done here.
Why is that fun?
Because you think that, like, what, parsimony, what's going to be your argument? Oh, he's contingent
Bob
upon
promised me that I would have my day,
Yeah,
or you would have this, like, kind of attitude, and I would be allowed to slay you completely.
Is he contingent upon his parts? Is that the problem you have, Louis? Is that the problem?
Probably, yeah, he's a megazord.
Yeah, is that a problem? No, it doesn't have to be that he's contingent upon his parts.
No. The actual problem, Andrew, is that like he's he's like ontologically the foundation for both diversity and unity, right? So mereologically, he has to be both one and many.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
No, that didn't make any sense. So go ahead.
Abrahadabra.
Oh, Bo.
God being
And
divine
ends.
God, and then
6.
hypostasis.
I bear the rose and cross of the life
No,
and light.
I'm not using all your high metaphysics
Abrahadabra.
for me. I don't agree with what your church.
Giving sign that each
I'm looking at Jeremiah's and your.
Remaining in the sign.
Yeah, I know, but I just
The invocation concludes.
I just think that you don't
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell
Yes,
in
he's
the
eternal.
earth.
Yes, he is.
So
And
in
he's got
every spirit,
Is the Son of Man
whether of the
eternal and is pre-eternal?
Yes.
or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, whirling air, of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Leaving the sun and each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
Every spell and scourge of God, the vast one,
The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man. By his side is
overwhelmed pain and fear. By my body, I invoke the deep. To above me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Green is the red triangle. Reverse the sign given of none. Save it beyond.
Remember college? Well, now, college is over, and here comes your student loan debt. Is your private student loan debt keeping you up at night? You really need to talk to our
Inside is keen as the hawks, by my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee.
The way music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
eyes ever turned up to the splendor of Kitover. The magnificent sight, the mystery of God, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra invoking, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name Herarches, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee.
Lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tom, cock of evil, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name of Kepra I invoke thee. Oh, beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight.
By thy herald crack, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep,
I invoke thee.
by thy name Apollo I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor.
thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious Ra. By the name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By the name I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By the name Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kepra, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mystery of midnight. By thy herald, Baccarat, God of silence, beautiful child and madness of the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thy secret name, holy, thee I invoke. The names are five, names are 6, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever
strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord o'er us, Avenger. Thou the head of the hawk, the iron throne. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Oh, thou sacred is of flashing light, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Thou the slayer of time form, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, the iron thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light, the ineffable glory of the outmost ether, the untrammeled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquer
See you there.
Avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, be thee I invoke.
At
See
every
there.
invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Be thee I invoke. Bones of Hermes, a flashing white, whiter than in forehead of the morn.
Good rap. Great recommendation. Great recommendation. It was bad. Now they are?
Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boroughs won $3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization authority scam. Brandon Johnson Act. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson.
Necessarily for Republicans, or is it?
We're just wondering if Republicans can do basic math, so we're asking, so Republicans have priority here, you know, are you a Republican, Alistair?
Rabona Shalom, I'm so happy you're testing Republican mathematics skills. Maybe we can just discuss how Democrats know nothing about taxation, economy, starting businesses. They're just parasites. They're socialist, communist parasites. I am complete.
Oh yeah, right.
Go ahead, give me your basic math questions. 300 times 100. Go ahead. Hello? 300 times 100. 300 times 100, Democrats.
We're asking you, Alistair,
I know. I'm asking you. What's 300 times 100? Hello?
I told you we should have kept the title Republicans are dumb as shit.
You can't even tell me what 300 is times 100. Go ahead. Everybody's waiting. Hello?
3,000. 300 times 100 is 30,000. Now, the next question is to you, Alistair.
Hello? Go ahead. Please proceed, doctor.
Sure. If something costs $100 and the price changes to $600, what percentage increase is that?
600% increase. Hello?
No, that's wrong.
What?
It went up 10x, right? What'd you say? What 60 to 600?
No, it went from 100 to 600.
Okay, so it went up 6x. Hello? 600%. I don't understand. What's the question here? Hello?
Everybody listen to me. That's wrong. Hello? That's incorrect. So keep on taking it from here.
Okay, please proceed, Rohan. What's your next mathematical question? Is the earth flat? And is the truth of the earth that at your birth and until your death? Hello? You know what a tax is? You know what taxation is? Hello? Are Democrats as dumb as shit? Scientists, I'm asking you.
So, T, you want to answer the questions? Because this is terrible. You're going to get back to the first one.
It's manageable, but okay. Give it a shot. I'm just questions here.
Let's move on.
It went up 6x. That's 600%. Hello?
So if you go from 100 to 200, what percent increase is that?
That's 100%.
100%.
That's a 100% ROI, brother. You know how to calculate an ROI? How do you calculate it? How do you calculate? How do you calculate an ejaculate? Can you articulate or calculate? Can you articulate or calculate?
You're probably right. It's probably a lost cause on this one.
It's not a lost cause, baby. It's called multiplication. It's called division. If you don't know how to use ChatGPT to calculate the market cap of Apple by making the total number of outstanding shares by the price of the share to get the price to equity ratio, so you know when you do a comparative financial analysis, which company gives you the best bang for your buck, baby? Hello?
Alistair, you said Democrats were dumb as far as all these things.
Dumb as shit! They don't even know what taxation means, or inflation, or economic theory. They got no philosophy. Hello?
Alistair, do you know what a tariff is?
That's a tax. Hello?
It's a tax. It's a tax.
It's a tax. It's a tax. Hello?
He's a lost cause. He's David, I wanted to ask him.
Rocket science? I don't know if he's still in the audience, but the formula is very easy. It is 600 minus 100 divided by 600.
That's why I say if I buy something at $1, or if I
Hello? Johnson is the dad.
to crony nonprofits, the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Elections. Black slaves the scam. It's a black tax. Socialists. A taxologist. All taxation is at the bottom of these a scam. Abortion. Greyhound. Buses. America. A profit. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax.
So, shooting around turns out we'd be allies with Iran and Israel. Yeah. So this is free Iran, right? Okay. So here's the little one.
Messenger chat on my phone. I'm good.
Yeah, it's not.
Nah.
Yeah, that room used to be
Very
good.
authoritarian.
Yo, Red, that
He's a
room
regular
used
talk
to
show
be good.
host. He designed his room like a hand video show. He designs his room like a regular game show. And like talk shows, as most people are aware, they're on for an hour or two. They typically take audience calls, but the audience calls are done in order. There's not like a superfluous chat that goes on with it. So a big reason it's boring is because he designed it like a radio talk show.
Obama entirely bad. He was president of the nation. We're still here today. So he was not like a didn't like talk to them or yeah, Viking. I'm not necessarily anti-Israel, anti-Zionist. Because I used to go in that room for years, every day, you can't. You can't be there. Yeah, I sleep in that room. It's sort of and like, I think shit. I remember when we were like, getting on TV.
Oh, LaHood. LaHood is the real artist. LaHood is the real artist.
big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed... 15 years in a deep dish kitchen taught me what Chicago really runs on. Hard work, patience, and all. And they own all the big media companies. And they own all the big media.
I'm going to show you exactly how I did it. Now watch.
Blessed be the heavens. We have witnessed a miracle.
No, it's not a miracle. Here, you try it. Push that button right there and run this over your hand.
But I did this.
You did that, not me. Because it's the machine that heals.
The great healing was 700 years. Surely you are immortal.
No. Time just moves differently for my people than it does for you. For every 700 years that pass for you, only 11 days pass for us.
Isaac, Kelly, we gotta go.
I'm a travel faraway place who has impacted your world in a way that my people try to avoid at all costs. But I am not a god. We are living mortals, just like you.
Kelly, we really have to go or we're gonna be trapped here. I wish you good journeys.
I'm going to show you exactly.
Actions because we have confidence that it's a superior intelligence to our, monkey minds.
Bro, no.
If you're a small content creator, use the... If you're a small content creator, if you're...
So the PTR that never changes, Bob, the ambiguous, closeted, bisexual is.
I try. Oh, it's just getting I'll take a little bit time.
And they own all the big media companies.
It's one house. There's no outside. There's only this thing called the inside. And if we had crossed the Rubicon and pledged ourselves to regime change against these cocksuckers, this war isn't over until all their leadership is decimated and these nuclear bombs that they have been completely ripped from their grasp and all possible people. There's no such.
My goodness, don't you remember when you went first to school?
Decided this is ridiculous.
And farmer, it's
You abandoned me when I most needed you. Both our children stolen from us. I needed you. Bela and Raina needed you. And you abandoned us for more adventure at sea. This has always been your way.
I had no other place to turn. I lost everything.
We lost Corliss. We.
I understand you have a new king.
A stranger casts a long shadow over this family. Your brother is also dead. In this haste to bury you and claim your seat, he stood before the king and denounced Lael's sons as illegitimate. Daemon took his head for it.
Heedless ambition has always been a Valarian weakness. You are right, Rhaenys. I reached too far. And for nothing, our pursuit of the Iron Throne is at an end. We shall declare for no one. a chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering lord. Horus, Avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By the name of Hermes, youth of the brilliant dawning, I invoke thee. By the name of I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By the name Hawk of the even, crimson splendor on the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kepra, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy rule of Krat, Lord of silence, beautiful child, stand before the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo. I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O who is, O Father. By thy name of Phoebus, that ridest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Ursula, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, holy, I invoke. The names are five, the names are 6, 11 other names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of a sign.
of radiance, white and pure, by their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. Oh, by the Lamb I invoke thee.
Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing array that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
For is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
Where the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham Abra, by the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the 6.
11 are the voices, Abraham Abra.
ritual give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying the terror of the water. Thee I am bound up from his flesh in white, whiter than the forehead of the morning.
Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Or almost won $3 million to give to Crotty-Non. Profits the C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You stamped our paychecks with a smiling mask. Go to camp, go to change. Why you pass that? Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You got on a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dotted like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spending. Cash goes out but not in. Open up the books right now. Show the Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost want $3 billion to give to freedom. The terrorism of propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Arlen Johnson is a transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Remember the book's transparency. Clever spinning dragon. Now, Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U, some mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson tax. Open the books, transparency now.
is a fraud and a criminal life. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal lies. Questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allow thieves to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crowded nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal life. Repressions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows thieves to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crowded non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal lie. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. But Christians in socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. For Christians in socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians in socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cars chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrow Brandon Johnson and C2 propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Kitover. Is the call to the entrance? John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago where Chicago maritime. Vote.com. John, Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Wildfire. Vote.com. John, Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2021. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago wins.
one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago is come on, take your shot.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King has been said.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee.
pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
Five, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, tile and conquering
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non. Profits the seed to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the You stamped our paychecks with a smiling mask. Go to care, go to change. Why you pass that? Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dotted like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screen. Every promise feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spending. Cash goes out but not in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tax. Propaganda organization woman that he is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson Chicago. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. That he is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the top. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a scandal. Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal.
give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Clever spinning trigger. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist or taxologist. All taxation is debt. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U's a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a threat. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2 is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. Is a scam now.
person is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Peace to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Read questions on socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. John Kitover. This is called the entrance stage. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago where Chicago where Chicago where. .com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020 stands. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, radical, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. .com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020 alone. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and .com.
Never stop.
object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. Mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a bit of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. Be ye king and be ye sinners.
Inside as keen as the hawks by my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By the body I invoke thee. Shine the diamonds of radiant white and pure by the brightness I
something or what have you. But the actual mission, if he was in control of it, I would support him and all that. I'm not going to sit there and say differently, but but I'm going to like criticize him in certain ways too. But I would never cheer on the Afghanis or those folks or the Taliban or whoever it was that we were up against at that point. I don't see why anybody would do that. I mean, I think there needs to be a discussion on that. I don't think there's. At some point, you do have to get behind your country and complete the mission. I don't even know what else to say on that, but I'm gonna invite some people.
I think that for supporting the war into this direction, I'm not sure how to express this without involving those leftist intentions, but the countries like some Arab countries, they wanted to be anti-war before because they wanted us under pressure. Now you are making the moves and there are hopes that the people of Iran would get the freedom without that level of violence inside the society. To be able to completely feel the unsafety around that. And that is not possible for them to tolerate, for those Saudi Arabians and things. When they support this level of ground troops now, they also want to face us in the other front. At the first, they wanted us to trap inside the mullah's Islamic regime. Now they see that the Islamic regime won't survive, so they would support ground troops and they would stop us in the radicalism move. So we would lose on the other side, not falling from this side of the roof, but to push us from the other side. I'm not sure if I could have clarified enough.
All right, did a good job. Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking around at some of the posts. Regarding what I just said a few minutes ago. So I just think that there's a movement out there to undermine or really go after our military to undermine Trump. So I don't know, it's just kind of strange. Let me go look at Adam Kissinger. He's always a person that is critiquing Trump on various things that he does. So I want to see what he's saying right now about this war, what his latest tweets are actually. He's talking about gerrymandering.
And I am very happy for Argentina that they are allowed to take back their island that is a couple of hundreds of kilometers just from their shore after a couple of decades of begging for their rights.
So here we go. He has a tweet within the last 20 minutes. Weak and pathetic in regards to Trump canceling the trip of the representatives going to Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. He's telling Trump that he's weak and pathetic. I mean, these are the kind of things I'm talking about. It's like, it's really strange. I mean, these are your Congress people. I mean, in your time of war, that you're telling your commander-in-chief that he's weak and pathetic. I mean, I'm just going to go down this another one. It just so happens that it lined up perfectly. 20 minutes ago, he's calling Adam Kissinger weak and pathetic. Donald Trump did.
It's always projection. People can't help it. They project and they're unaware of their own projection. And Trump is that evergreen catch-all for complainers' projections. It's always ad hominem projection, but it's a reflection of what they feel on the inside about themselves. Hello?
Why would they make it so obvious? Is it because of Trump? I mean,
They just can't.
anybody
They
else-
can't help themselves.
They all see this, or is it just us? That's my question.
It's just they can't help themselves. If they were smarter, they would try to like reverse engineer their projection. But they're stupid, so they just project what they're feeling on the inside onto Trump.
Okay, in one tweet here he says, yeah, he's like criticizing Iran, or he's agreeing that, okay, yeah, we destroyed the Navy, Air Force, missiles, drones of Iran, and then he has like in this, he goes, well, they'll buy weapons to achieve their outcome at some point, probably anyways. And at the end, he's like, I'm on Team America. So you can tell there's like this guilt factor, you know what I mean? Which is why I'm so angry about this constant lying about our victory. So there's just like this, it's just so obvious that these folks want Trump to fail, which would make America fail. I mean, it's so stupid. I mean, it's just like, just come out and just say it. I mean, I'm literally just going down his timeline of tweets, and it's just like, so, it's just not dad, like, in our faces, Like, yes, another Jeffries.
If Trump came out with a cure for cancer from a UFO and said, we found a technology that can basically give us eternal life, the complainers would come out and say, A, he didn't discover it, B, he's not the first to use it, and C, he's lying. Like, even if it's right in front of your eyes, because it's always going to be political subversion for these people. TDS is real, and it's unstoppable in people's brains and minds. It's all or nothing, and they've been like this from the beginning. It's like 0.001% of anybody who's ever changed from being a hardcore leftist Democrat to being a conservative pro-American Trumper who's saying, oh, well, finally we have leadership now. So, again, it's always just like, it's because our population has become so effeminate and leftist and liberal and woke, and everything is black and gay and broke, and that's just the way life is now in America. Hello?
Yeah, for sure. Regime change is coming to the United States Congress in November. So they're using terminology like that. This is like Hakeem Jeffries' timeline. Being all QC with the language, Let's see what else we got going on here.
But there was one hopeful point that you brought up before that made me to think twice when giving idea about Democrats, because you said that they don't want to be named under the front with Ayatollah. So there is hope, in my point of view, that they are also not against the regime change in Iran, and they would not make some kind of deadful move against Iranian people at the very crucial time. Because they are able to do that. Some of the enemies cannot, but the Democrats in the United States are strong enough to derail this if they want.
No, they will not. The Democrats are part of the Ummah, part of the Muslim Caliphate. They are 100% within the Caliphate, opposed to everything that Donald Trump and Americans are fighting for. They literally are Islamic terrorists. Hello?
Oh, you say that they are with Ayatollahs, right?
Yeah. Peter, did you ask, are they with the Ayatollah? Is that what you asked?
Yes, because as you said before, I was thinking that you said they don't want to be named with Ayatollahs, right?
Yeah, in the politically correct room, we are constantly scolded, the opposition, not to tell them that they are pro-IRGC, pro-Ayatollah, pro-anything. We've been warned that we'll be kicked and removed. So, I let that go. I'm like, okay, I'll give you guys a chance. That was like 4 or 5, maybe 6 weeks ago. And during that time, I've only heard people on that panel not saying anything good about what America's doing. Like, I don't think I've heard one thing. I don't know. Have you guys heard one statement made by anybody on this app on the other side? No. Which is concerning. I mean, really concerning. And then you go as far as to say that, borderline saying that Iran's winning. I mean, we need to dissect that and really make sure our fellow Americans aren't playing the game of siding with the IRGC. I mean, this is just getting really dicey,
I think that if this is the point that they did not want to be named with Ayatollah, so there might be some kind of political fight with Republicans. They want to be not on the same side with Republicans, but they want to at the same time be against Ayatollahs. Some front that is not possible for me to understand how they want to position it. For example, you want to be against Ayatollah, at the same time you don't want to be you don't want to approve the movements of President Trump. So, how is that possible? They need
Patty was
come out with some kind of strong push.
in politically correct. Patty was saying, at this point, fucking Iran motherfucking military is as big and as good as the motherfucking United States of America military. Motherfucking fuck!
I think I've heard something very similar, but is that for real though? Did that really be?
That's what she says, but that's because she's an incompetent fool who is basically trying to make statements that are inflammatory and fit her narrative. And she's an ignorant, fucking cunt who spends 80 hours a week here while working for a fucking colonel in the army. And she uses the F word every other F fucking word. She's a piece of trash.
I think you pointed out, I think she actually said that we will, that was the big thing, that we won't win this war. You heard that one, right? So that's
Yeah, exactly.
really set me off. That was like 3 days ago. In that room, specifically, I think it was Patty, who said that we have no chance of winning the war. So these are the comments that I'm talking about that make you go, And especially if you're talking about people that actually work for the military, like Patty does.
Right.
Actively working for the military.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I can't help but kind of like, I don't want to do this. I don't like a title like I have above. And I just have to explore it. I'm like, what am I missing? I'm hearing these things, and I have to like question them. I'm sorry, but I have to go, okay, if you're gonna like really put out there that we're losing the war, we have no chance of winning, I guess the military has no way of knowing or planning or knowing how to plan these things. That's another big one they always use. I have to question your loyalty to this country. I'm just going to. I'm sorry, you can kick me out of your rooms going forward. I don't really give a fuck. But, you're not immune to being criticized. So, hopefully we'll get...
Yeah, but Matt, it's my freedom of fucking speech, Matt. It's my freedom of fucking speech, Matt. It's my constitutional right to fuck around and find out, Matt.
Well, it is, yeah. Anyways, I'm looking at other timelines on X. It's pretty interesting to see kind of what I'm talking about playing out in real time. Not only from our own people with that last guy, because he's a Republican, well, he's a rhino, but pretending to be a rhino, or be a Republican. But King Jeffrey's doing his thing, and then I'm gonna look up somebody else. Let's look up Chuck Schumer. That's gonna be a good one.
Also, that guy who was with Candace Owens, like a former soldier, he came out against the war against Trump on Tucker. He met with Ron Paul. Ron Paul's, not looking so good because he's an older gentleman. But, in my opinion, like, I'm all for peace, but it seems to me almost like they are willfully ignoring the heroes and the sacrifice of all the U.S. soldiers that have fought and bled and died, you know, to represent and wage war on behalf of this country and these goddamn fucking piece of shit politicians. I mean, it upsets me to think that U.S. soldiers would die for Democrat politicians. Like, that's very upsetting me, and almost to where it's like, there. Anyways, I'm just trying to say that Ron Paul, though I supported him, I've never really heard him thank the sacrifice of just innocent men and women in America that go overseas to fight in these goddamn political battles. You know, like, be for peace, but at least honor the sacrifice of these dead soldiers. You know, I mean, Afghanistan was 20,000. You know, 200,000 casualties. So let's get a fucking thank you. Hello.
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be a given. I don't think that's political. I think that just should become with the territory. We should always, look out for people who have fought for us now and in the past. I don't know why that's controversial.
But Peter, basically, the left has sold out America and has sided with U.S. enemies, which is the Caliphate or the Islamic Ummah. And if Iranians want to liberate themselves, they have to disassociate and disavow Democrats with all their force and vigor, and beg Republicans to arm them with as many weapons as possible. And I know the Kurdish were a big failure, but maybe they'll come out of the shadows. But to think that the Democrats would arm you because they hate Trump that much, it's possible, but it's not going to give you the victory you want. Only Donald Trump can deliver you the victory that you want, need, and deserve. The Democrats will give you a half-assed plan with weapons that don't work, with no final outcome, goals, or visions, because they're just a wet sock. Do you know what a wet sock is, Peter? Hello?
Wet sock? No, sorry, I don't know.
I don't like how you word that. Lopsided.
But I feel at some point that Democrats would try to make stories and are not straightforward. They want to always make it more complex than it is necessary. For example, President Trump would come and says that these are my expectations. If you satisfy these, you would have these results. Then after everything is explained, two sides shake hands and go home. And the rest of time is yours. But if you spend time with these Democrats, you would have to spend the whole day trying to satisfy each other, and they tell stories. You're not taking your options straightforward, and at the end of the day, I feel panicked. I don't understand what they say and think, and it goes without enough understanding. I prefer this straightforward dialogue, and I agree with you.
So how does everybody think this ends? Like, what does it look like? Do we negotiate our way to victory, or do we do this by brute force? I mean, I don't know where everybody is at this point. I mean, maybe it's a mixture. I don't know how that would work, but maybe it's a mixture. I don't know. We negotiate here, bomb a little bit there, until you get a completion of what you want. I don't know.
Negotiations would be possible if the other side would want the negotiations. They just want to waste time like before. For example, like the negotiation times during the time of presidency of President Obama or before him. They were just participating in the negotiations. negotiations coming back and saying that there was no progress. We did our best and nothing concluded between us until they understood it in the hard way. And when it was like that, the situation was a bit more easier for everybody to negotiate because in that point they think that they are very strong and think they are on their dreams, you know. And when you use your straightforward language, when President Trump uses, it has much more efficiency on more laws because when Democrats try to expect, they think that they are some serious assets, you know, more laws, and they do not understand the grasp of the situation, the seriousness of the situation, and things like it is not possible in this point because they are not serious to negotiate. They just want to come and say their side and leave. And it has been like this before. They are just trying to pass the tension time alive to see the other time, and they would try to use their main originality again, and they would try to suppress people again, and they just want to survive the tension times. For this purpose, sorry if I was too long.
Your lawns are just all over the place. I think we're ready for brute force. I think we're done playing games. That's my impression. I'll stand down.
I mean, at some point, if you go to the table with your enemy to negotiate and they keep saying no, why don't we reject this proposal, then I have to assume that they have no interest in anything peaceful. I mean, maybe I'm just in la la land, but I'm assuming, you know, if you do 3 out of 3 and it's all been no, then I'm assuming we have no interest in ending the war or having peace. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, like, we've been negotiating, what, 40 years? So, I mean, I don't know. Like, let's, like, stop with this thinking that the U.S. is to blame for this. I mean, we did what we had to do. Now it's time to basically bomb them into the Stone Age, you know? Which, by the way, we already did.
Yes, we tried that, but for now the mullah is not eliminated. And they are like a bloody, for example, animal who wants to bite anything near in the nearness. And this is more dangerous for the people than before, even when they were not hit before. And they are confiscating in the street the properties of people. You cannot even believe how or what justification they have for that. For example, the person made a tweet or published a post in Instagram, then they confiscated all his properties, all her properties. There are numerous numbers of that. For example, the former captain of the national football player, all of his properties were confiscated with mad moves of Mullah. I think that this is not going to be stopped if they stay in power. The people would be miserable.
Did you say somebody was, like, oh, I got a phone call.
Daniel, you have an opinion?
Well, he just got a phone call, but I wanted to ask Matt if he could elaborate when he said that we did what we got to do, because I don't think the same. I think that we put ourselves in this position. I want him to elaborate. Maybe what you believe the same. Maybe I can hear your thought about it. You hear when Matt said that, well, we did what we got to do. We already bombed them to the age, something like that. That's what he said.
But in the Stone Age, people couldn't have access to smartphones. Now they have iPhone, Samsung, and they have internet, while they cannot access Google search. During the Stone Ages, there were no internet.
Matt, are you there?
He's in a phone call.
I know, sometimes it shows that.
Sometimes you keep stay there, he's off. I mean, I think the question saying that what we're supposed to do now, but it will be hard when, as it looks like we don't have anybody to negotiate with. I think it's gonna be obscure negotiations. Like I don't think anything's gonna happen for the coming month in terms of progress or an actual deal.
Yes, deal is from my mindset and my point of view. I think that Morlon is not going to deal willingly. They need to be kicked out of the country or neutralized from politics. Otherwise, they will never ever voluntarily give up the interest that they are taking from the country with no other justification. Because if they lose position, they cannot eat like this. They don't work, they stay home, they got sick and they use the wealth of the country. If it comes to accountability, they cannot survive on these positions, and that is something that they vividly know, and they are making these unsuccessful negotiations and excuses to make that not actualized, because they don't want accountability. They are used to eating for free.
At the end of the day, it's fucking France's fault. They never should have let the Ayatollah go back from France into fucking Iran. They should have kept him as a prisoner in Iran, never let him go back and lead their bullshit revolution. It's fucking France's fault. And France is to blame for a lot of shit. And fucking Macron, he doesn't come to our aid now, but yet he liberates America from the British. It's because they're culpable in all of this. They're responsible for all this. And this is the problem. People don't take responsibility for their bullshit fucking actions. Hello?
Yes, I agree somehow in some extent about the position of France, and I think that some of their worries were some kind of justifiable in that point, but their reactions were extremely normal, because they were thinking that there is going to be energy crisis in the world, and the previous Shah of Iran was not trying to cooperate with them to supply their energy with some not fluctuated rates. For example, with some stable rates during the coming times. And this was a worry that was raised by the Shah's interviews during the last years of his governance. And they made this extreme move by substituting that valid guy with this guy. They did not have any knowledge about this guy, Ayatollah Khomeini, and they brought him instead of the Shah without evaluation. What this guy have in comparison to the other guy? Why do you think this guy would help you support your energy? That Shah with that knowledge and in the West, in the very good academic, is knowing you about your energy. How do you think Mullah can do that instead of him? This was a very big mistake, substituting that problem with this bigger one. Even after that revolution, when the war with Iraq started, they somehow figured out the mess that they made. But they could have not reversed that move. And they played with them until now. They just danced with the dances of money.
So France was willing to trade security and the law for cheap, free energy. I mean, it makes sense, but the French are responsible for a lot of society's conflict, and we should never forget that they're responsible for this. Not America, and definitely not Israel, but it's fucking France. Fuck Macron. Fuck the French. They have become an Islamic state themselves, and America will do everything within its power to resist, and defeat any new Islamic states that appear in the world. And Donald Trump, he is not going to leave this for a future presidency. He's either going to end this or he's going to find some kind of diplomatic solution. But, whether he goes all in or not, I don't know. But he could just keep it like a festering wound and just continue to pummel them, but not take any big chances. To me, that seems like the smart move. Just continue to obliterate them strategically through the usage of commandos, special forces operations, aerial bombardment, tactical missile strikes, targeted assassinations, etc. Keep hitting them hard, keep hitting them often, keep them in confusion and chaos, and never give them a moment to fully regroup if they don't actually come up with parliamentary reforms and become a church and state separated type of government. To have church and state in one organization known as your government is extremely dangerous, and it's called Islam. Hello?
I think that President Macron was some kind of 2 years old boy when the Islamic regime took the power in Iran. During that time, Mitterrand was probably the president of France, and he was the ancestors of Macron. And I think that during that old school times, some kind of old school worries that is not valid for the current rules of law in the current time of the world. And a lot of those things that they were worried about are not valid anymore. And I think that Israel's position in that time was not voluntarily to not let the regime took over Iran, because Israel were involved in other conflicts during that time, and they did not, they could have not supported Shah like they wanted to. Maybe this was my thinking. Maybe they would have preferred Shah to stay in power if they could have. Because after that Islamic disastrous revolution, one of the guys that was the first foreigner visitors of Ayatollah Khomeini was the head of Hamas. And during that time, I don't remember his name, but I can Google him. He was one of the first guests of the Ayatollah Khomeini after that Islamic bullshit revolution. And this Ayatollah Khomeini publicly announced that Iran is the property taken over by Islam for Islam, and this is for the religious. During that time, this was some kind of respectable kind of statement, because people were thinking as Islam like some kind of the knowledge that they had from their families, not from mullahs. For example, we learned Islam, for example, from my grandma. She did not have any idea what mullah thinks. She learned it from her own family and taught it to us. And they were thinking that this is the Islam that we know in our heads. But they came to the front step by step. And there are two big gangs inside the mullah groups that are founded in Iran. The main foundation of them was made by United Kingdom during the last century. And it is, for example, 150 years ago or so that they are influentially investing into mullahs associations. And there is a newer participation to the mullahs associations by Russians from almost 60 years ago. They are hugely investing inside mullahs association because their previous party named today inside Iran was announced illegal. So they stopped financing today. Instead of that, they financed mullahs associations, and step by step they brought up their players upper in the hierarchy, like Khamenei and some other people that they have inside mullah, and they took over that, and now you can be sure that they almost full 100% of the mullahs are polluted with both Russians and United Kingdom. Otherwise, they couldn't have survived as a mullah.
Well, I just want to quote Patty and say, fuck, fucking motherfucking Iran motherfucking military is as big as motherfucking United States military. Fuck. We can't beat them. They as big as us, as bad as us. Fuck. To quote Patty from Politically Incorrect, that incredibly competent military strategist who, when she went to Iraq, though she fought so bravely for this country, she is now a coward and has always hated Trump because he stands against their ghetto shit culture of incompetency and stupidity and basically their own anger and frustration at their lack of intelligence, sophistication, quality. And I'm just trying to say that at the end of the day, they're going to have to try to figure out whether or not all their propaganda was worth it. Oh, and welcome! Patriot. Hello!
And in the politically incorrect room, whenever I bring up some valid points about why and what the reasons are to kick out mullah from politics, when they don't have any answer, they intentionally play simple-minded, like go there and fight yourself, like they expect me to not be able to analyze that the war was escalated to a level that the biggest army in the world is involved with one of the other biggest terrorist groups of the world. They are the biggest terrorist group and this is the biggest army. They are involved together in the biggest escalated war of this decade. Now they say that go there and fight to free your country. Like for example, this is a reason in front of our reasoning. For example, we say that they killed 500,000 people in 48 hours, and they say go and fight your government. And seemingly we don't understand that we can do that, and this is not possible for us. Intentionally playing simple mind. forget. I hear that the Israeli government asked the United States to put pressure on the Lebanese government to put pressure against Hezbollah to make them accountable to the law of Lebanon. This was one of the most diplomatic moves that I could have ever imagined in this level of escalation, because this level of sanity, with this under this level of pressure, is unbelievable for me from the Israeli side. They are too intelligent. I'm not sure how they can act like this. Because I lost my temper and reactions based on the things that happened in Iran. But they are also in the same pressure, but acting like this was. How is that possible? While they can hit Hezbollah by their own really hard. It was very interesting for me to see the reaction of Michel Aoun afterwards, and how he will react to the probable request of President Trump to face Hezbollah. It is a very big move for him, and he might not be willing to do that by his own.
So at 5 o'clock, the AP has an article that says Trump says he called off dispatching envoys to Iran talks. President Trump says he told top U.S. envoys not to travel to Pakistan to negotiate with Iran. Telling Fox News they can call us anytime they want. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi left Pakistan Saturday evening, two Pakistani officials told the AP. Trump said Thursday that Israel and Lebanon have agreed to an extended ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah by 3 weeks after talks at the White House. The meeting was the second high-level negotiation between the two countries since last week. The initial 10-day ceasefire, which took effect last Friday, had been due to expire Monday. Trump and his admin is placing economic sanctions on major China-based oil refinery and roughly 40 shipping companies and tankers involved in transporting Iranian oil. The move, announced Friday, actualizes the administration's threat to impose secondary sanctions on entities that do business with Iran
an effort to cut off Iran's key source of revenue, its oil exports. Airlines worldwide have begun canceling flights as the war in the Middle East strains jet fuel supplies and pushes up prices. Here's what to know if your flight is canceled. I filled up my car today. It was, $55 for 10 gallons. And I'm just willing to pay an extra $20 every time I fill up my car, or $30 or even $40, if that means that the people in Iran can be free. And free from a church and government Shia Ummah system where Mohammedan laws and Allah determine the jurisprudence of your jury, and blood money is what's paid. In the same way that when a Palestinian murders a Jew, they get blood money from the Ummah of the Palestinians. And so I, for one, am looking forward to the United States continuing to kick the shit out of these Islamic terrorists mercilessly. And when we hit them, I hope we hit them harder than we've ever hit them before. And they come begging. And they say, we're going to have a constitutional convention with regards to the Ummah and the Islamic Mohammedan laws. We're going to become more Western. We're going to have parliamentary debate. And we're going to have equal rights in this country that are not subjected to Mohammedan Islamic law. That would be great. Hello?
I am very thankful for consideration about Iranian people, and you see, from our side of view, when our own government is not doing and this is very admirable. I'm very thankful to you.
I just want to play a little song on my harmonica dedicated to all the freedom fighters in Iran trying to overthrow this Islamic terrorist regime known as the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Long live the fighters!
I love that. Again, my dad used to always play the harmonica. The correspondence center is on right now. Is everybody watching?
Biba, why don't you come on up here and explain to us the difference between a Western jurisprudence judicial system like the Magna Carta, Constitution, Bill of Rights versus Mohammedan law and the Charter of Medina, which is what all Muslims throughout the entire world utilize as the basis of their legal system. Many of you have never read it because you're just, classical liberal socialists who don't understand history, don't read anything, and you have no idea how the Muslim world operates off the Charter of Medina. I'd be happy to read you the 60 plus amendments of the Islamic Constitution, but I'm sure you've never read it. I'm sure you've never heard of it because you're ignorant and you have no idea what Islamic legal systems are like. It's all based off of the Charter of Medina, and it's all based off of intimidation, blackmail, blood money, and mafia, gangster, tribalistic tactics to divide and conquer and rule according to Muhammad. And again, there's only believers and non-believers. And if you don't think that Muhammad is the messenger, well, guess what? You're a non-believer and you're out of the ummah and you gotta pay a jizz tax. Hello? You see the Western world, men fighting in the West since the year 600 have been resisting Mohammedan laws because they view it as ridiculous, absolutely absurd and stupid. And not one American will ever bend the knee to a Mohammedan who claims that you got to pay us our jizya because you a non-believer. Hello? Resist the Muslims. Fight the Muslims. And never trust a Muslim. Because there are only in-groups and out-groups with Muslims, and they don't have parliamentary debate. They have all or nothing Mohammedan dictates. It's fascism and it's terrorism. And it's stupid. Hello?
Exactly, it is a fascism like Hitler. They are racist like that, and they want to just clear the generation of the people and the population like they want. They want to orient the decisions and the things that is going to be, for example, chosen by people, by the government and the institutions. This is, I think, a big breach of the privacy, and it is like, for example, ethnic cleaning, like Hitler was trying to do. With the difference that they are 70 years, 80 years after that. But with that barbaric mindset.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that phone call was ridiculously long. Jesus. Oh, Ian. Hello.
The correspondence dinner is on right now. What is the correspondence dinner for?
It's just shit big with the press and all that, you know? I was thinking I was going to try to play it through the thing. I was going to try that, but my phone, I don't want to risk it. All day long, my phone has been kind of acting weird. Like, I spent like 2 hours just trying to fix the mic. I was like, what the hell's going on with this app?
So it's just like the press and stuff?
Yeah, it's just a meeting with the press. So is it officially going right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what's that dinner where they like roast people?
I thought this is what that is, no?
No, so Trump wasn't invited to that.
No, he's there for the first time. I'm pretty sure this is the one.
No, remember, it's a, this is different, because remember when Barack Obama roasted Trump?
Yeah, that's the same one that we're at, aren't we? Isn't this the one, no?
No.
Let me go look. I thought this was the one, but maybe I'm wrong. You're right. Maybe you're right. Yeah, he's supposed to make like jokes and stuff. I saw the press secretary saying it's gonna be really funny what he does.
Or maybe it was, that Obama and them weren't coming.
Oh, let me look. Yeah, they have the one with Obama making jokes here from the last time or whatever. This is the one, yeah, this is the same one, the one that was,
Okay.
that Obama was at, remember?
Yeah, that was, okay, so this is that.
As far as I know, I just saw context here, it looked like that's what that was. Oh, the first breaking sounds go, out there. Wow, very small.
In this time, the foreign minister of Russia recently announced that the enrichment of uranium is the right of mullahs. Interesting, right? He wants mullah as nuclear power. I did not believe he is this dumb. Is he dumb? I cannot analyze his move because he is one of the nuclear powers of the world. He wants mullah with nuclears. Mullah is very unpredictable with nuclears. Why do they want him?
Elijah, is this the same?
Annie?
Oh,
Do I know you, Annie?
no. I thought it was the other Elijah.
Okay.
I think this is the same one. Yeah. I think it is.
Wait, what do you mean the same one? What are you saying?
No, this is, I'm talking about the correspondent.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, how's it going?
Great. Where are you from, sir?
I'm from a communist nation.
You are? Do you like it?
Huh?
Do you like it?
Like what?
You're communist in it.
It's better than democracy, that's for damn sure, because greed is killing your nation at the moment.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from China.
China? Okay.
But you don't sound like a Chinese.
I know, I don't sound Chinese, but that's where I'm from. I went abroad, studied for a while, I came back, and yeah.
I wish there was a Kissinger in this tower. We could have made a good peace between China and the United States. There was a Kissinger between Iran and the United States. Can you act like that?
I don't know, listen, Peter, I have no clue your accent, the way you speak English, it's very hard to interpret what you're trying to say.
Let me say one word at a time.
Where are you from, man?
I'm from Iran.
Right. Excuse me, oh, you live in Germany, okay. Okay, that's cool. Right. So what's the question, Peter?
I don't think so. In the United States, during the last decades, one of the biggest important points of this history was the positive relationship
Peter, just hold on for a second. Matt, do you mind if I talk to you by a towel, if you don't mind?
Do what again?
Do you mind if I talk to you about a towel? That's what I came here for.
Oh, for the title. Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. War/US winning bigly, the left side. What do you mean by that exactly, a towel? You talking about the war in Iran?
Yeah. That's pretty much the one more that's sticking
Well,
out.
Iran is pretty much fucked. We all know that. So,
Yeah, they're pretty much done.
you know, they're done for. And I never liked them anyway. I think they're just weird people. So, yeah. So that's just my opinion.
I don't like the people, but I don't like the IRGC. You know.
I don't like them either. I think it's a good idea to, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Israel or America, but, you know, I think it's a good thing what they're doing, you know, to prevent, you know, these terrorists from getting their hands on nukes. That's just my opinion. Because, like what Trump says, you know, if they had them, they would have used them. So I think it's a good idea what they did to keep the peace. So, yeah.
So you're pretty much on board, sounds like, with the title so far.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
He doesn't like
Anything to keep nukes out of the hands of terrorists, hell yeah. I'm all for it.
But now, I was talking about Henry Kissinger and his success in diplomatic relation making with China. And this was a big positive, I think the biggest turning point of this recent history of diplomatic in the whole world, maybe. Don't you need another person like him in this time between Iran and United States, not IRGC or Islamic regime, I mean between the people of Iran and the United States, the future government.
You know, Peter, sometimes I wonder how you lasted this long on stage, because I can't understand a single word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm not trying to be rude, but you know, I don't know how you lasted this long on stage. I really don't.
No problem, because as you were saying, you can understand my speech. I think you are intentionally playing like that, like the other room.
Not at all. Are you living in Germany right now?
You understood and said no, you know?
You're living in Germany right now, Peter?
Yes, I am in Germany.
You speak fluent German?
No, I speak fluent English.
So if you're struggling to speak English, what are you doing over there?
I am not struggling talking English.
I can't understand what you're saying right now. And judging by your profile picture, you're working construction, right? Or something related to that?
This is irrelevant to the question that I'm...
Right, so how did you manage to get a job? How did you manage to get a job in Europe if you can't speak good German or even good English? Like, what are we doing here, man?
You're trying to ditch the question.
Oh, God. Alright, you guys got it. I'm just gonna stay on mute.
You understood this again.
This guy's pissing me off.
Exactly. I am not taking your point because I don't believe you. You are understanding this.
And he's pretty well known. We know Peter. He's been hanging out with us in other rooms for a couple weeks now. So
I don't like him personally. I'm sorry.
Well, I get it, but I think we're just so used to it. That's why it's not bothering us. You know, anybody new would be like, "Oh my God, what's going on here?"
God, oh God, I forgot. I turned my picture black. Sorry.
Hey, what do you got?
Hey guys, I forgot. I haven't been back out. That's funny. That's really sad. I want to be just black with it. No, I mean just like really dark. I think there's humor behind it, but I just wanted to say hi. You know, I don't know if you guys think it's interesting, but I just wanted to say hi. I hope you guys are having a good day. I mean it, and I really do, because you know it's been weird times lately, like so much chaos. But I do think that this White House like correspondence dinner is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be really funny. So I don't know if you guys are. It's just they just actually greeted Trump, and they're having dinner. So I guess it's going to be back on in an hour and a half, and it's pretty going to be interesting. I think I'm curious to see what Trump's going to say, because the thing is, a lot of people are like they actually wanted him not to be invited. A lot of people didn't go. Like a lot of people actually people like a lot of YouTubers that actually have very big audience. They didn't go. A lot of people are banning it. Like, but it'll be really interesting to see. Like, but they actually other people, a lot of them and other people asked them to actually disinvite him. Like they literally wrote I guess it was I didn't. So it's really interesting. But I mean, it's like him showing up at the Supreme Court. Like I mean, just to intimidate. Like I mean, sitting in the front row. Did he fall asleep? But no one could see. I was kind of curious to know if he fell asleep in front of the Supreme judges, because I mean, I don't think he was there that long. But I would, I wouldn't be surprised if he did. But no one could see him because he was sitting right in front of them, so they would only know. So I thought it was funny. So I'm curious to know what Sam he might take tonight. Got any ideas?
Wait, there's an active shooter in there, and they're all hiding behind their chairs.
Oh no, really?
Look.
Are you kidding? Oh shit!
Oh,
Dude, I don't want to get really.
Oh,
No.
shit.
Oh fuck.
I see it on C-SPAN right now.
Holy shit! No, you're right. It's on my TV. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
I think Trump is he shot? Oh shit!
This is fucking weird. Okay.
Gunshots. Did you hear it?
Oh my god.
Did you hear gunshots? Oh yeah, maybe they threw something on the ground there. Alright, I gotta change the title. Holy crap.
Holy shit! I'm sorry. Like I didn't expect this. I saw on my TV too.
Sharon Bohan, you've been a association president. What is the security?
Hold on.
My TV, if you don't want me to say there's so many people sitting there. So,
Holy shit.
I mean, there's shots and a lot of people aren't leaving.
Association president.
What the fuck, dude?
They're walking out. I just saw Hegseth walk out.
Look at those people in front. Look at those guys' guns.
Obviously, it's taken very seriously in their meetings way in advance with the White House Correspondents Association, the Secret Service, the hotel staff. There is a lot of planning that is put into it. You've got 2,600 people in that
Wow,
room,
dude.
not to mention all of the people in the hotel. I was at the venue earlier, and there were protesters outside. There was a security perimeter. In fact, it was tighter security than I've ever seen. I did notice, though, that at least 2 protesters got into the lobby, and that shouldn't have happened.
So Mike Dunphy is a former Trump insider. Does the Secret Service have the last word, basically, on the travel?
Basically, on anything that comes around any travel movement, absolutely. And they would work with the dinner organizers, with the hotel. This is a location in Washington, D.C. that's used every year for this event. So this is not a unusual place to hold a high level event with a lot of security.
And I believe that they use this ballroom so often that the waiters, waitresses, etc., all have some type of a security clearance that they can be in there as the president. Right before this started, we saw Bruce Probe and the mentalist talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump. He was right there delivering some cards. It'll be interesting to see what they were talking about. But by now, it's been maybe 5 minutes since the shutdown.
Shit, I mean, I just wanted to wish you guys a happy Saturday, and, I mean, wow. I mean, this is crazy. I can't believe I was calling to see if you guys thought, oh, this is really weird.
So, does anybody can confirm there was gunfire or not? I don't know.
I think that if there's gunfire, they probably would have cleared them out. I mean, to be honest, I think they would have had to. I mean, I'm sorry.
They might have been outside, but they were outside the hallways or whatever.
But, I mean, if they thought it was any possibility of having any gunfire inside, they would have to clear them out. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, people that, so I don't, there's just, I don't know, they would have to. Like, they would have to clear them out. There's no way. They'd have to clear them out. So I don't think I don't know. This is just, it's got a weird vibe to it, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what it is. Well, no, it's got a weird vibe.
The weird vibe is he's about to roast these motherfuckers. He's gonna roast these fucking liberal cocksuckers. He's been roasting them all week, and he's gonna roast them again. He's gonna come out and roast these motherfuckers.
I wasn't trying to cause. I thought maybe this is not pleasant. Like, I'm really kind of bummed because I was wishing everyone a good Saturday because it's been really weird lately, and I'm just shocked that this all happened. I was curious to see what you guys thought it might pull up, and then I can't believe this. Sorry, what is the lady's name that was?
We need total protection at all times. We need Trump behind bulletproof glass. He should never be exposed. He's more valuable than the Pope, more valuable than any person on the planet right now. And if they don't take all precautions and just put him on the stage with a bunch of fucking people that work in the media, I mean, what do you expect? Like, treat this man like the fucking high security asset that he is. They almost blew his fucking head off in Shanksville. And we don't even know anything about Michael Crooks. They just incinerated his disgusting little slimy body.
It's weird. I watched something about that the other day on Michael Crooks. It was really weird, and I'm sorry, it was really weird. I watched something about Michael Crooks. I mean, it was really weird. Like, I mean, honestly, it was from formal people that actually did this. It did it really, and it actually made me. And honestly, I wondered. I just think it's really. There's certain things about elements that are really fucking weird. I mean, seriously, how come that building was not, covered? That is just, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Look, I'm not a security girl, at all. But fuck shit, dude. That is fucking weird. Like, what the fuck happened? I don't know, the whole thing's weird. Anyways, Michael Crooks, no one knows about him. It's kind of, weird. Why is that, I don't know. This is really, weird. Okay? I mean, it's weird. Sure. So.
So a lot of the liberal Democrats on this app think that that Congress is going to be plus 525 Democrat, and they're delusional. There's a chat right here. It says, what does it say here?
It will be. You know, so some people say I don't recall exactly who spoke about it, but there's a lot of information that was provided that made it question Michael Crooks.
It says Dems live in their bubble, but when they step out for the next national election, they'll be shocked at how little votes they get.
I'm just saying it was like weird.
Hello?
It's just weird that we don't know more about the guy because he would talk about it all the time. Trump talks about it, only him. He doesn't talk about it. It is fucking weird that he doesn't talk about it because it's always about him. And he does it. And it's really fucking weird. Because that is what Trump does. And that's a fact. I mean, that's my point. When you really look at the dichotomy of, like, his personality, he's a narcissistic motherfucker. I mean, seriously, it's so fucking weird that he would be, that he doesn't speak of it. It is fucking weird. And, I mean, there's a lot of weird shit, but I mean, it is weird. That we don't know more about this guy.
They did it again.
I mean, the whole thing's
Springfield
fucking
politicians
weird.
made.
Anyways, hopefully it doesn't look like anyone shot here. So hopefully but fuck, dude, this is just fucking, I don't know, weird shit. I was hoping that, like, we would all be in a good mood right now. I mean, I don't like seeing this shit happen.
Yeah, that's weird, because X hasn't even, nobody's really posted anything on X. It's still delayed. X was down. I think there were so many people going to it.
That's what I was totally bummed about it. I was in a good mood finally, you know?
What's that, Blake?
You know what I said? I was just about to say, after you guys said that this going on, I went to check. I turned on NPR while I'm in the car. They're just not even fucking saying that they didn't interrupt the program to bring this up. And then I'm looking on freaking YouTube, the algorithm won't touch it. I even went as far as
Try not one story on X. This is, something is wrong right now.
Yeah.
How's there not one story?
Where did you guys hear this from? Where did you hear this?
Secret Service got up on the little panel area. Everybody was ducking under the chairs, under tables. We see it live on TV.
Yeah, pretty fucking crazy, actually. Like, they all got above the chairs, like, seriously, like, with armor, like, and we're, like, pointing at everyone in the audience. But the people didn't run. That was the other weird thing. So, I don't know what the fuck happened.
This is so weird. There's not one thing on it.
Dude, it's totally creepy. I don't like this right now. Like, it's Halloween. I don't fucking like this.
I finally got one from Mario, Mario Novel, that guy.
What are they turning our internet off now? Like, are we like Iran now?
Damn, girl, slow the fuck down.
Yeah, loud sounds reported inside the White House Correspondents' Center. Trump and Melania have been removed. Agents, agents visibly alarmed during evacuation. Source of the sound not confirmed. Event is ongoing as of this writing. Trump still set to deliver remarks, developing situation. So it only took this is like going on 20 minutes for a big account like that to finally do something,
Dude, everyone's on their phones and it's just watching everyone's on their phones, like in the audience. Like, they're all there, though. So they would have evacuated if they would have just thought of, what the fuck, dude? Like, I don't know. Weird shit.
Are you Doc?
God, there's a lot of people in that room, though. I would say, how big is that? Probably like 1,000, maybe. How many people do you think there are in that room? Like, 2,000 people? I mean, it's a big room. I mean, to evacuate that room, I mean, that's also a big deal, too. So
have to
the thing is,
shout
if they had
over
any
other
possibility that there would be
reporters
anyone
and
else,
maybe get to
like,
ask
so they would have
one.
evacuated them.
Yes, we have
It's
access,
pretty
but we don't have
weird
the.
on the edge, like, strange.
Looks like Cash
But
Patel
everyone seems to be, okay. I mean, everyone's on their phones, though.
And it's weird because early on, I did hear a bunch of loud sounds. I don't know if you guys remember me saying that.
No, I heard you say it. It sounded a little bit like it sounded loud sound to me. I didn't hear it quite. It sounded maybe like a plane on the loud. Like, it kind of, but I don't know. I'm not one to say I know what it. I wrote planes before, so I know what it sounds like. You can't say that because that's like for like a. I mean, so that's what it sounded like. Maybe perhaps it was, but I don't know.
They say Trump was not shot and the shooter was neutralized. Trump was not shot and the shooter has been neutralized.
Oh, so there was a shooter?
Well, I'm gonna say possible, but I gotta change it. I wasn't sure.
God, that's the whole thing.
Hey guys, I think it should be highlighted and remembered your reaction to everyone else's reaction in the room. That's a big deal. If people didn't run or look like they were ducking for their lives, it's weird. That is super
Today is
weird.
National
You can
Independent
tell the
Bookstore Day.
gunfire.
As
You would
part
think
of the
every
Chicagoland
single
Bookstore
person in the
Crawl,
area
we're
would
visiting
run.
not only one of my favorite bookstores in the world, but one of my favorite stores in general, a place I love to come with my family, slash my books, right here in Old Town Chicago. Come on in.
See how many people? That's a big. Honestly, that's almost an unsafe room. I'm surprised. I have to be honest. I'm surprised they would put that many people in this size of room without making it more organized, because that would be a shit show if there was something going down there, because there's no lines of getting people in and out of there. That's a huge fucking room. It's not organized, set up properly either. That's what I'm saying. It's like, holy fuck, dude. No, dude, you have to be. It is weird. Look at how you guys. Are you watching this video? See how there's no
from the state where was up there, the first lady Melania Trump. Security is telling us that everything's okay.
I do not want to be there. Okay, that's a lot of people in that room. That's really scary.
I would say that access, but we don't have to shout over our other.
What the fuck? There is a shooter, actually. There's a movie. Please, chill out for a second. Ma'am, can you let other people just please do? Please, just chill out. Anyway, so yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's a movie about this shit, where the guy, he takes a bullet, what's his name? Clint Eastwood takes
Down!
the president's correspondent dinner, But anyway, so it's obvious people want to kill this dude. We've known that. But I think when anyone tries to attack Trump, they're attacking America, or attacking the will of the people. Not the will of every people, but the majority of Americans, man, when you're trying to kill this man. And it's obvious he's doing
We don't even know who he's trying to. We don't even know what happened yet. And let's just take honestly, because let's just take it from.
Yeah, it's developing.
Yeah.
It's ongoing.
I don't think we should be saying because we don't know. And whatever it is, it's fucked up, dude.
The shooter got neutralized, if that's what Matt's saying.
But we don't even know what's going on right now. Unless someone knows more.
Yeah, I've been posting to X and I'm getting tremendous feedback, lots of impressions. There's chaos, but there is also that Mario Narfall, he does have a clip to CNN. The CNN correspondent was saying, was the shooter in the lobby? Was the shooter in the lobby? And no one could confirm whether it was the lobby or outside the building. But either way, Trump is not shot. And whoever was playing with guns, it could have been an accidental discharge, but I hope it doesn't cancel the event, and I hope Trump comes out and roasts the liberal mind virus hypnotist industrial complex and, ruthlessly roasts them, and it will be glorious. If he comes out, I'm not going out tonight. I'm going to sit here and listen to our glorious president, our brave warrior president, fighting the Islamic Caliphate, fighting the Ummah of Muhammad and his bullshit laws. God bless Donald Trump. God bless America.
Was anyone shot?
He was in the face, probably.
The shooter was. Was anyone else shot?
I don't know. It's developing.
Yeah, this is a media blackout, though.
Yeah.
There's a media blackout, definitely. So we don't know. We don't know what it was, who it was, why it was. But for them to do a media blackout, it must be something. So.
Yeah, because it's Charlie Kirk, that happened. Everyone unfortunately had to see Charlie Kirk's neck get, blown out. I don't think
think they want that to happen again. I mean, like, they scrubbed that shit as much as they could, so they probably were trying to scrub anything if, I don't know.
In the link above, you can hear the shots or something, and Trump being escorted away by Secret Service. It's pretty crazy.
Well, that's wild shit,
What
man.
was that? What was that?
And in the link above is a video of it, not the shooter, but what happened with Trump.
Where was he? Like when this happened? Was he in the?
He was at the table. He was about.
Table. Oh. And then what? And then what happened? He's at the table. What happened?
You can look at the video. All these Rivers guys taking him away, and you can hear the gunshots. I think there's popping sounds.